You are here now, not in the rush of history's loud moments, but in its hush, in its quiet corners, where days pass gently. Tonight, we will walk slowly through 5 centuries of English village life, from the year 1350 to the edge of the Victorian world. We will not follow kings, or soldiers, or empire. Instead, we will drift through gardens, fields, and hedgerows, watch bread rise and sheep graze, listen to bells, boots on gravel, and the rustle of common lives. You are safe here, where the green stays soft and the wind knows your name. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. In the heart of the English countryside, nestled among hedgerows and narrow winding lanes, lay the village green. It was not always green, not always grassy, and never perfectly shaped. Some were long and thin, like ribbons of meadow unwinding beside the cottages. Others were broad and gently sloping, dotted with worn tree stumps and patches of thistle. There were greens shaped like triangles, circles, and crooked squares not drawn with rulers, but worn into shape by the passing of many feet. Each one was different, and yet each one held the same purpose. It was here that the village gathered, not all at once, not every day, but always eventually. The green was not planned. It grew as the village did, slowly, organically. In the earliest centuries, perhaps it was simply the spot left unfenced, unplowed, a place too awkward to farm, too central to ignore. Sheep grazed there, and geese wandered freely. Children played, chasing hoops or swinging from branches. At times, it was a space of gathering. Other times, a space of solitude. No one owned the green, and yet everyone belonged to it. In summer, it was alive with the buzzing of bees and the lazy warmth of afternoon. Villagers would stop to rest there, baskets in hand, wiping brows and exchanging quiet greetings. The green, unlike the fields, asked for nothing in return. It asked only that you be. In winter, frost edged the grass and left the air tinged with smoke from a dozen hearths. Footprints, human, hoofed, and pawed crisscrossed in muddy paths. The green did not mind. It wore every season like a shawl, familiar and comfortable. At its edges, the village lived its life. Cottages of timber and stone leaned toward it, with thatched roofs sloping down like sleepy eyes. Each one different, but all facing the same quiet center. The green was not only landscape, it was memory. Here, someone's grandmother once danced a May Day reel, ribbons in her hair, feet bare on the dew-wet grass. Here, a young man once met his betrothed by moonlight, exchanging vows whispered not in Latin, but in laughter. Here, a sheep once escaped its pen, only to be caught by a chorus of children and coaxed home with handfuls of clover. Time passed, but the green remained. It was the one thing in the village that aged with grace rather than decay. Sometimes, the green held the solemn. A wooden frame for the stocks might stand at its edge, a quiet reminder of justice. Not cruel, not theatrical, but simply there. Those placed within it were rarely shamed. They were given bread by neighbors, spoken to gently, and sometimes forgiven with a nod. On other days, the green became a stage. A traveling troupe might arrive in summer, setting up a makeshift puppet booth or performing miracle plays with linen costumes and wooden swords. Children gathered cross-legged. The elderly sat on stumps and baskets, smiling with their eyes closed, remembering stories told long ago. And still, the green was also work. Sheep were brought here to be sheared in the spring. Their wool gathered and spun through the year. Fairs might pop up briefly, modest stalls of ribbons, pots, or salted eels. On certain feast days, even a small game might be played, stool ball, perhaps, or something like football, but softer, slower. There was no schedule. The green did not keep time. It held it. At the very center, sometimes, a tree stood, often an old elm or oak, its limbs outstretched like a great umbrella. Beneath it, lovers carved initials. Old men carved whistles. Children tied bits of cloth or string. making wishes to no one in particular. Near this tree, in some villages, stood a maypole, not painted, not polished, just a tall pole of wood, wrapped with ribbons and lore. It was raised each spring by hands of all ages, planted deep into the earth. Dances circled it, slow and spiraling, with music that was more memory than melody. On feast days and saints' days, the green was a canvas, painted not with brush or ink, but with feet and faces. Pies and cheese on linen cloths. Ale passed from one hand to another, candles flickering as dusk fell. Nothing extravagant, but all quietly sacred. In between those days, the green was simply itself. It welcomed the wanderer. It cradled the idle. It absorbed the sounds of life without ever repeating them. Even as centuries passed and fields were enclosed and railways whispered through distant hedges, the green stayed. The roads may have turned to gravel. The thatch may have been replaced with tile, but the grass still grew, worn in patches where boots passed most often. A woman in 1650 might walk across the green with a basket of eggs, unaware that her path would be walked again by a boy in 1750 and again by a girl in 1830, all moving gently through the same air. At night, the green rested, the stars above it unchanged. An owl might call from the tree. A cat might wander its edge. In summer, crickets whispered. In winter, silence crept softly. And in the morning, dew returned. The green was not the past. It was the thread that tied all pasts together. The place where daily life took a breath, where centuries touched each other through the soles of simple shoes. Time did not tick loudly in the village. It whispered, in the unfurling of a leaf, in the deepening blue of the sky, in the crunch of frost beneath boots. Time passed not by clock, but by the turning of the earth beneath bare feet. The rhythm of the village was not set by rulers, nor churches, nor kings, but by the land itself. For the villagers of England, from the waning years of the medieval world to the early stirrings of industry, the year was a circle, not a straight line. It began not with fireworks or fanfare, but in the quiet breath of winter, as the fire snapped in the hearth and the soil slept. Every season held its tasks, its rituals, its gifts, and its burdens. Life was not easy, but it was patterned, predictable in its unpredictability. And within that pattern, people found a strange kind of peace. Winter came early in the village, sometimes in late October. The sun withdrew, and with it, the long hours of work. Days shortened. By mid-afternoon, smoke rose steadily from the chimneys. Indoors, the fire became the center of everything. It was the season of repair, of mending clothes worn thin, of fixing the tools that had grown dull in summer's haste. The weaver spun by candlelight. The cooper reshaped staves by the warmth of the coals. Outside, the world grew still. Hedges stood brittle, the fields fallow. Trees bowed with frost, and birds pecked at frozen crumbs on the sill. Children might slide on icy puddles or fetch water from the stream with their breath hanging in the air like smoke. Food was modest. Root vegetables, salted meat, barley cakes. The pantry was carefully watched, each jar and sack a quiet hope for the months ahead. And yet, there was beauty. Long nights brought stories. The low light brought closeness. Winter was not lifeless. It was merely slower. Then, without ceremony, spring would begin. Not all at once, but in small ways. The snowdrop first, then the daffodil. A robin's call that echoed just a little louder. The village stirred. Doors opened again. Boots squelched in the thawed mud. Lambs appeared in the meadows, blinking in the soft sun. The first plow furrowed the field, and with it came the return of routine. Spring was labor, but it was hopeful labor. The soil was turned, seeds pressed gently into the earth. Turnips, beans, oats. A child scattered crumbs for the chickens. The old man sharpened the sickle once more. There were days of rain, endless, misty, soaking days. But even those were welcome. The water meant life. The village green came back to life. Geese wandered again. Children rolled hoops. The maypole was raised once more. And in all of it, a hum, a soft energy, a rising breath. Summer was not idle in the village. It was not a time of ease. It was the busiest of all. The fields called, and everyone answered. Hay was cut with long scythes, the sweep of the blade rhythmic, almost musical. It was turned and gathered and stacked into sweet-smelling cocks to dry. In the kitchen gardens, everything came alive. Cabbages spread wide, herbs curled along the edges, and peas rose on twine. Women rose with the sun, often before it. They picked, plucked, baked, stirred, dried, boiled, stored. Children fetched water, collected eggs, watched for foxes. Men labored in the heat, stripping shirts to bind sheaves or mend fences. The sun stretched the days, light until late. Evenings were long, warm, golden. A time for sitting on the doorstep, for stitching by fading light, for music played softly, a fiddle, a whistle, or just humming. Insects buzzed lazily in the hedgerows. Cattle flicked their tails, chewing slowly. And the green turned lush again, marked by the boots of labor and laughter. Summer was sweat and sun and satisfaction. A season of toil, but also of knowing why one worked. Autumn was the reward. The season of reaping, storing, counting, sharing. It came with the scent of wood smoke and apples, a breeze that carried both chill and comfort. In the fields, the wheat was brought in, first cut, then bound, then carted home beneath cloud-heavy skies. Potatoes were dug with cold fingers, apples shaken from trees into linen sacks, pears wrapped in straw and laid gently in boxes, cabbages pulled, their roots trimmed, hung upside down in barns. Villagers moved slowly now, not from laziness, but from a kind of reverence. Autumn made the year's work visible. It made it tangible. Bread was baked in larger batches. Ale was brewed for the winter. Jars of jam, rows of pickled vegetables, strings of onions, and bunches of drying thyme lined the cottage shelves like trophies. Evenings grew darker again, but now with gratitude. The year was winding down, not ending, but completing its circle. Children gathered acorns and cankers. Leaves rustled underfoot, and in the quiet of evening, one might hear the bell of a distant cow or the soft muttering of pigeons in the eaves. Each season was different, but none stood alone. The rhythm of the year was a circle, woven not in grand gestures, but in repetition. In the way a woman braided garlic in the same way her mother had. In the way a man leaned on a fence post in early August, watching clouds gather and recalling the storm of years past. This was not nostalgia. It was continuity, and this rhythm governed everything. It told people when to marry, when to bake, when to sew. It shaped stories, proverbs, habits. If a child was born in spring, they were said to be lucky. If a wedding was held in harvest, it promised abundance. If the first snow came before Michaelmas, the winter would be long. No clocks ticked in these cottages, but time was deeply known. To live in the village was to live in rhythm. A slow, breathing rhythm that did not hurry, did not startle, that sang softly in the fields and whispered through the leaves. The rhythm of the year, the rhythm of survival, and the rhythm of home. Morning in the village did not arrive all at once. It crept in gently, through cracks and shutters, beneath the thatch, across dew-covered grass. Before the cock crowed, before the fire crackled, before any bell had rung, there was silence. And then, very slowly, there was life. In a village untouched by electricity, morning was a matter of light. The sun decided the hour, not any ticking clock. And so, people woke not because they must, but because the world itself was waking. It began with a breath, a stir beneath a woolen blanket, a sigh, long and soft, from the hearth's ashes, the first shift of a body in bed, perhaps shared, perhaps alone. The bed itself was simple, a wooden frame, straw-stuffed mattress, coarse linen sheets, a quilt stitched by hand. Many villagers slept fully clothed, especially in winter. Nightshirts, woolen hose, caps pulled tight against the chill. Cold floors made for quick feet in the morning. But even so, rising was rarely rushed. There was time, always time. The earliest to rise were often the women. Mothers, grandmothers, daughters. Their day was long, but their mornings were quiet. a sacred stillness before the rhythm of chores began. First, the fire. If it had not been kept smoldering overnight beneath ash, and it often was, it would need to be rekindled. A practiced hand reached for dry sticks, saved from the woodpile the night before. Flint struck against steel. Sparks caught on linen fluff or shaved bark. The flame nursed to life, like a child gently woken. As the fire grew, the light changed. Shadows flickered across walls of plaster and beam. The warmth began to spread. A copper pot was filled with water, set over the flame. Not for tea, not yet, but for washing, or oats, or rising bread. Outside, the village stirred as well. The first to be heard were often the animals. The cluck of hens in the yard, the low moan of a cow ready for milking, the soft bleat of sheep stirring in their pen. Dogs stretched and yawned. Cats threaded through doorways, already alert. Roosters, contrary to romantic belief, did not crow precisely at dawn, but at intervals throughout the night and morning. Still, their calls were part of the fabric of daybreak. Familiar, comforting. The sounds outside were gentle, but growing. A gate creaked open. Boots crunched on gravel. A lad led a mule toward the well. The village, it seemed, was breathing again. Back inside, breakfast began to form. It was not a feast. Not eggs and sausages and tea. At least, not for the majority. For most villagers, breakfast was modest, nourishing, and simple. Porridge was most common. Oats, boiled in water or milk, stirred with a wooden spoon in a wide clay pot. Perhaps sweetened with honey, if available, or a touch of apple, if in season. Salt, in harder times. Bread from the previous day was often eaten cold, sometimes dipped in broth or warmed slightly by the hearth. A slice of cheese, if luck allowed. In some homes, ale was drunk even in the morning, weak and nourishing, brewed low in alcohol, but full in flavor. Children, if they were old enough to help, might be sent to fetch water from the well or spring. The bucket was heavy, the path well-trodden, the task repeated day after day, but there was a kind of dignity in it. The chill of the water, the rhythm of the carry, the knowledge that every drop was needed. As the meal was eaten, few words were spoken. Mornings were not for chatter. They were for preparation, mental and physical. The day would be long. Tools must be ready. Aprons tied, hands washed, boots pulled on. A mother might braid her daughter's hair by the firelight, fingers deft and quick. A father might lace his boots, checking the leather straps, brushing off mud from the day before. In larger households, tasks were already divided. The eldest son to the fields, the second to the stable, daughters to the wash, to the weaving, to the kitchen. The morning light reached the village green, spreading gently like spilled cream. Cottages cast long shadows. Smoke rose in dozens of soft gray streams. Even now, no bells rang, but the church tower stood waiting, silent and serene. It would chime later, for prayer, for labor, for midday. But the early hours were its own kind of worship, not of words, but of habit, of quietness. Some villagers began with a prayer, murmured aloud or whispered in the heart, crossed themselves, gave thanks, not in a showy way, but as routine as washing one's hands. For others, morning was work from the first breath. A shepherd might rise before full light to lead his flock out to pasture. A blacksmith might already be stoking his forge. The baker, in some villages, worked through the night, so that by dawn, loaves were already cooling on wooden shelves. The green remained mostly empty at this hour, save for the occasional child chasing a chicken or a girl running late to the oven. The grass was still wet. Footprints darkened the path to the well. Birds flitted from branch to branch, chirping softly as if in approval. As the sun rose higher, the hush of morning gave way to the murmur of the day. Doors opened wider. Chores multiplied. Voices grew louder, though never hurried. But in those first moments, the light, the fire, the scent of oats and smoke, there was peace. A kind of peace that only comes with knowing your place in the world. Knowing what comes next. Knowing that the day is long, but that you are ready for it. Morning in the village was not a beginning. It was a continuation, a soft thread picked up from the night before. It was the slow reawakening of a community built not on clocks, but on care. And as the sun crept across the rooftops, as the green began to glisten in full light, the village opened its eyes. If the village green was the open heart of the community, then the cottage was the pulse, steady, sheltered, warm. These homes were not grand, not lofty, nor built to impress. They were made to endure, to protect, to gather people together in quiet and in storm. Across 5 centuries of English country life, cottages changed slowly, if at all. Their walls were thick, often wattle daub, a weave of timber slats filled with clay, straw, and mud. Some had low stone walls at the base, especially in the wetter parts of the countryside. Others were entirely timber-framed, their beams dark with age and smoke, bowed slightly with the settling of generations. The roofs were thatched, bundles of straw carefully layered and pinned into place with hazel pegs. The ridge curled gently, soft, and inviting. In late summer, one might see a thatcher at work, perched like a bird, quietly patching a worn corner, tucking in straw with practiced hands. Moss often crept along the edges, and in springtime, wildflowers sometimes found their way into the seams. Windows were small, with tiny panes set in leaded grids. In poorer homes, windows were covered with oiled cloth or wooden shutters that opened outward like wings. The light that came through was gentle, never harsh, dappled and golden in the morning, softer still by dusk. Most cottages had but 1 or 2 rooms on the ground floor, and perhaps a low loft above. The ceilings were low. You could touch the beams if you stretched your arms. These beams, often blackened with smoke, bore the stories of countless hours by the fire. Children had hung strings of beads from them. Herbs had been tied to dry from the rafters. Cats sometimes climbed them just to nap out of reach. The heart of the home was not a room, but a corner. The hearth, built from stone or brick, sometimes little more than a clay-lined cavity. It served as stove, heater, and gathering place. The fire never truly went out. It was banked at night, covered with ash, then revived each morning with careful breath and dry tinder. Over the fire hung a pot, blackened and heavy, suspended from an iron hook or trammel. This pot saw everything: porridge in the morning, broth by noon, and perhaps beans or cabbage by night. A kettle nestled beside it for tea, when tea could be had. A spit might be turned on feast days, but for most, boiling and stewing were the methods of choice. To the side sat simple tools: tongs, a poker, bellows, and a small broom of birch twigs. Ash was swept daily, and fresh logs fetched from a pile stacked beneath the thatch or tucked near the door. By the hearth stood stools or a low settle, a wooden bench with arms, sometimes with storage beneath. Here, children warmed hands. Grandparents dozed. A dog lay curled with its nose tucked into its tail. Cats curled in the corners. The fire's crackle-filled silences. It was not noise, but comfort. The rest of the cottage was modest: a wooden table, scuffed and well-worn, its surface stained by decades of meals and chores. It might be scrubbed with sand and water, or wiped with a cloth dipped in vinegar. Around it stood mismatched chairs and stools. The family dined here, sewed here, prayed here. A few shelves on the wall held treasured items: a pewter dish, perhaps, or a small mirror of polished tin. A wooden box held salt, precious and carefully guarded. Hooks near the hearth held a handful of iron tools: a ladle, a knife, a spoon carved from applewood. The floor was often of packed earth, swept daily with a handmade broom. In better-off homes, stone might be laid. Rushes were scattered across the ground and changed with the seasons. Some were scented with herbs: lavender, mint, marjoram. They softened steps and sweetened the air. In a corner, a chest or coffer stood, bound with iron and carved with initials. This held everything of value: spare linens, Sunday clothing, maybe a treasured letter or religious book. It was not merely furniture. It was memory made solid. Light came from the fire, from candles when available, and from the open door when weather allowed. Candles were precious, made of tallow or, more rarely, beeswax. They smoked and sputtered and needed constant attention. Some families used rushlights, reeds dipped in animal fat, burned in a special holder. Dim and quick to burn, but better than nothing on winter nights. In the morning, the first light came in sideways, touching the beams, turning the air gold. Dust danced softly. By midday, the whole room glowed. And by evening, the hearth was lit again, casting shadows that stretched up the wall like long-forgotten dreams. The cottage was not just for people. Animals were often part of the household, especially in the colder months. A hen or two might be brought in during deep frost, roosting in the corner on a perch of wood. A piglet might sleep near the hearth, snoring in its own gentle way. Cats earned their keep chasing mice. Dogs, though often mutts of uncertain breed, were loyal and ever-present. Children shared beds. Sometimes, so did adults and the elderly. Beds were simple, ropes stretched across a wooden frame, supporting a mattress of straw or wool. Over that, heavy blankets and quilts. A saying still lingers from those times: sleep tight, from the need to tighten the bed ropes regularly to keep the mattress from sagging. There was no privacy, but there was togetherness, a kind of closeness that made warmth out of scarcity. As seasons changed, so did the inside of the home. In spring, herbs were tied and hung from beams: thyme, rosemary, elderflower. The scent was sharp, clean. Summer brought fresh grasses, woven mats, open windows. In autumn, garlands of onions and apples might hang in the kitchen. Winter brought thick drapes, patchwork mending, shoes drying by the fire. The cottage bore witness to every stage of life: birth, illness, recovery, mourning. Babies were born by firelight. The old passed away in the same bed they'd slept in for decades. The walls remembered everything, but they did not speak of it. They simply held space. The village home was not large, but within its low walls and smoky rafters lived a complete world of comfort, of work, of stillness. It was shaped by hand, warmed by fire, softened by years. And every night, beneath a sky full of stars, the cottage stood, a lantern of peace in a dark and patient world. The kitchen was not a separate room. It was not painted, polished, or grand. In most cottages, the kitchen was simply the hearth, a fire in the wall, a few heavy pots, a rough table, and a pair of calloused hands. And yet, from this small and smoky space, nourishment flowed, steady as a stream, quiet as a prayer. In the village kitchen, nothing was wasted, and nothing was rushed. Time itself was a key ingredient. Oats swelled slowly. Broth took hours to deepen. Bread rose at its own pace. There were no timers, no metal dials. Only eyes that watched, hands that felt, and ears that listened to the soft bubble of a simmering pot. Each day began with the fire. Without fire, there was no cooking, no warmth, no life. So every morning, kindling was laid, coals stirred, logs stacked. Ash swept aside to make space for a new meal. The kitchen had no corners to spare. Every inch around the hearth was a workspace. On a hook above the flames hung the cooking pot, round, blackened, pitted with age. It rarely moved. Instead, the meals changed around it. It held everything from peas and barley to elderberry syrup and pottage thick with root vegetables. Bread was the soul of the village kitchen. It was simple: flour, water, salt, sometimes a little yeast, but it was sacred. Every household kept a bit of old dough from the previous batch to start the next. It was called a barm or a starter, living, breathing, changing with the seasons. In the warm months, it bubbled quickly. In winter, it took patience. Flour was coarse and dark, often mixed from different grains. White flour existed, but was expensive, saved for feast days or wealthier homes. Most villagers ate rye or barley bread, dense, filling, sometimes a bit sour. Dough was kneaded on a worn board, dusted with flour, pressed by hands that had done this work for decades. It was left to rise in a cloth-lined bowl near the fire, covered gently, then shaped into rounds or ovals, slashed with a blade, and baked. Some homes had small brick ovens built into the wall near the hearth, but many used communal ovens. On baking days, once or twice a week, women would carry their loaves, wrapped in cloth or carried in baskets, to the village oven, where they waited their turn. Ash was scraped out, coals spread, loaves slid in on long paddles. The smell of baking bread drifted across hedgerows and gardens, warming even the coldest days. A great deal of the village diet simmered slowly in pots. Pottage, a thick stew made of vegetables, grains, and herbs, was eaten daily. Sometimes meat was added, often not. A bit of salt pork might stretch across days. Beans, leeks, cabbage, turnips, or whatever was in season made the base. Sometimes a heel of bread was dropped in to thicken the mix. Broths and soups were thinner, used to stretch ingredients. Bits of onion, garlic, or forage greens added flavor. Wild herbs like sorrel, nettle, and marjoram lent color and nourishment. These meals changed constantly, depending on the season and what could be spared. But they were always warm, always shared, always sustaining. For those with access to a cow or goat, dairy was a daily rhythm. Milk was not drunk fresh. It was too perishable. Instead, it was turned into butter, curds, or soft cheeses. Butter churning was often the task of children or the elderly. A tall wooden churn, shaped like a barrel, was filled with cream and rocked or agitated rhythmically. It was slow work, an hour or more. But when the yellow lumps began to form, spirits lifted. The buttermilk left behind was saved for baking or feeding pigs. Butter was pressed into wooden molds, marked with patterns, a flower, a cross, a sprig of wheat. These designs were more than decoration. They were pride, identity, a small beauty in a world of necessity. Soft cheeses were made by curdling milk with rennet, draining it in cloth, and pressing it in simple wooden forms. Salted lightly, they would last for a few days. Harder cheeses were rarer, aged in cool pantries, turned regularly to prevent mold. Ale was safer than water in many places, and so it was brewed in cottages by women, mostly in small batches known as small ale. It began with malted barley or oats, soaked in hot water, stirred, drained, then boiled with herbs. Hops were used later in the period, but early brews might be flavored with yarrow, mugwort, or rosemary. The liquid was cooled, fermented with yeast, then strained into jugs or casks. It was weak, sometimes cloudy, slightly sour, but nourishing. Even children drank it. Some households brewed weekly. Others bartered for ale. A few women became known as alewives, respected, skilled, vital. The brewing barrel was her domain, and when her ale was good, neighbors noticed. On feast days, the kitchen grew lively. Pies, meat, or fruit were baked in heavy crusts, sometimes meant to preserve as much as to please. Roast meat was rare but treasured. Pancakes, made with flour and eggs, might be cooked on Shrove Tuesday. Custards and puddings appeared for Christmas or weddings. Preserving was essential. In summer, fruits were boiled with honey or sugar when it could be had and sealed in jars. Vinegar was used for pickles. Salt for meats. Air drying and smoking helped meat last through winter. Spices were rare, treasured, and used sparingly, a pinch of cinnamon, a clove, a thread of saffron if one were lucky. Honey was the primary sweetener. Gathered from hives kept in straw skeps near the garden, it was stirred into porridge, spread on bread, or dropped into hot milk for sore throats. The kitchen was not quiet. It was alive with motion, scent, and sound. The clatter of lids, the bubbling of pots, the rustle of dried herbs, the rhythmic thump of kneading, the low hum of a woman singing to herself as she turned a loaf, checked the stew, skimmed the cream. The kitchen held memory, the spot where a child first stirred the porridge, where a courting couple shared a slice of apple cake, where a widow counted the jars and felt a small measure of peace. There were no cookbooks, only memory. No measurements, only the feel of the dough, the look of the flame. And somehow, it was enough. In the village kitchen, food was not just sustenance. It was warmth. It was rhythm. It was the soft morning steam from a bowl of porridge, the quiet crack of a crust torn in half, the low clink of a spoon in a pot at day's end. The kitchen was never still, and never lonely. It was the silent, smoky heartbeat of every home. Life in the village was stitched together by chores, not in the sense of burdens to endure, but as a gentle tapestry of repetition. Tasks were not rushed. They were not optional, either. They simply were, as natural as breath, as familiar as the turning of the seasons. A day in the English village began with quiet movements, the laying of kindling, the drawing of water, the stirring of oats in the morning pot. But from that soft beginning grew a full day of work, not of industry in the modern sense, but of maintenance, of keeping things going, keeping things whole. Each person had their duties. Some were constant, others changed with the weather, the season, or the state of the household. But in every corner of the village, hands were always in motion. Inside the home, order was preserved with simple tools. A broom made of birch twigs, a rag dipped in vinegar, a bucket of ash to scour pots. The floor was swept daily, the table wiped with cloth, rushes were placed as needed. Dust and soot were constant companions, but they were never allowed to rule. Windows were wiped with linen, pewter polished with salt and flour, brass rubbed with vinegar and sand. There was a rhythm to it, hands working in circles, quiet humming in the background. Clothing was mended regularly. Needles were precious. Thread was saved. A worn hem was not a flaw, but a story patched, turned, stitched again. A child's smock might pass through 4 siblings before it was finally cut into cleaning cloths. The most basic of tasks, and one of the most demanding, was fetching water. The village well, or a nearby stream, was the source. Children as young as 5 might carry small wooden buckets, learning balance before strength. Older girls and women bore larger pails, iron-bound and heavy, suspended from a yoke or carried by hand. The path to water was well-trodden, flattened by centuries of footfall. Mornings saw a quiet procession, boots in dew-wet grass, the creak of rope and pulley, the splash of bucket into deep earth. Water was needed for everything: cooking, drinking, cleaning, brewing, laundering. No tap to turn, no pipes to flow. Each drop drawn meant another journey. Outside, the men, and often boys, tended to heavier tasks. Firewood was split with steady arms, logs sawn and stacked, kindling gathered in small bundles. Every piece counted. Damp wood smoked, so it was laid in the sun when possible. The woodpile stood near every home, like a winter larder for heat. Tools required constant care. The scythe must be sharpened with a whetstone, the hoe repaired if a handle split, ropes braided anew, fences mended with stakes and woven bramble. A bent nail was not thrown away, it was hammered straight. The rhythm of tool and hand was its own kind of music. Chop, scrape, hammer, sweep. Not loud, but ever present. Washing day was not every day. It was too laborious for that. Once a week, often Monday, laundry was done. Water was heated in the hearth pot, poured into a wash tub, stirred with soap made from animal fat and lye. Clothes were beaten on stones or rubbed against a board, boiled, wrung, rinsed, laid across hedges or hung from lines. The scent of soap, steam, and sun was clean and comforting. Even small items, handkerchiefs, aprons, caps, were cared for meticulously. Stains removed with buttermilk or chalk. Whites bleached with sun and lemon. Garments pressed beneath smoothing irons heated on the hearthstone, their handles wrapped in cloth to prevent burns. Women's hands rarely sat still. When the chores were done, or paused, the spinning wheel turned. Wool, carded and clean, drawn into thread. Flax combed, twisted, made into linen. Even in conversation, fingers moved, darning socks, turning hems, patching worn elbows. Spinning was not idle work. It filled hours. It filled silence. A hum beneath the day. In earlier centuries, the spindle and distaff were used, portable, simple, and ancient. Later, the spinning wheel took pride of place by the window. It creaked as it turned, a sound as familiar as birdsong. Knitting came later, in the 16th century onward, and was prized in colder regions. Wool caps, mitts, stockings. Every stitch a quiet gesture of care. Caring for animals was part of every day. Even those without livestock helped neighbors or shared duties. Cows were led to pasture at dawn, milked in the soft light. Chickens fed. Eggs gathered from nesting boxes lined with hay. Pigs slopped, their grunts echoing cheerfully through the yard. Sheep grazed on common land or distant hills, watched over by a boy with a stick and a dog with sharp ears. Horses and oxen, essential for plowing and hauling, were brushed, fed, and checked for stones in their hooves. Animal care required attentiveness. A sick goat meant lost milk. A loose hen might fall to a fox. So eyes were always watching, scanning, counting, noting. The cottage garden was both practical and poetic. Herbs grew close to the door: sage, thyme, rosemary, chives. Beyond them, rows of vegetables: cabbage, carrots, beans, onions. A fruit tree or two, if space allowed. Gooseberry bushes, currants, strawberries tucked beneath straw. Every garden was different, but all were watched over like small kingdoms. Weeding was constant. So was watering, done with a clay jug or bucket. Pests were picked by hand. When a plant grew well, it was praised like an old friend. Even children had their garden chores: watering, harvesting, chasing off crows. A woven basket held peas or apples, small, hard-won treasures. Chores were never done, not really. There was always more to clean, more to stitch, more to carry or repair. But villagers were not machines. They paced themselves, paused for a crust of bread, rested beneath a tree, shared tasks, told stories while shelling peas, laughed while churning butter. There was joy, too, in finishing something: a fence mended, a loaf cooled, a floor swept. Pride in the ordinary. Tasks shaped the day not through urgency, but through familiarity. They offered purpose. Predict. A way to mark the passage of time, one simple act at a time. In the village, tools did not gleam. They were worn smooth by hands, not once, but many times. Tasks were not glamorous, but they were honest, and they were enough. And when dusk came, and work paused, and the fire was lit once more, there was rest, not from idleness, but from a day well lived, task by task, hand by hand. In the quiet corners of the village, the wheel turned. Not the great wheels of commerce or empire, but small, creaking things. A spindle turning, a shuttle sliding. Thread by thread, a kind of magic was made, soft, slow, and strong. The work of hands, of homes, of generations. Before factories, before machines roared and chimneys smoked, the cloth of England began in the cottage. It began with sheep, grazing quietly on common land, their wool thick and tangled with burrs by midsummer, or with flax, green and slender, growing tall in kitchen gardens and meadow edges. It began, always, in the land. The wool trade was long the backbone of English wealth, but in the village, wool meant warmth. It meant caps for winter, socks that didn't wear through too quickly, and cloth that could last for years. Flax, on the other hand, gave linen, light, strong, and clean-smelling, for shirts, aprons, bed linens. Both required labor. Not loud, hurried labor, but intricate, repeated, patient. Shearing happened in late spring or early summer, a communal affair. Villagers gathered in the green or a barn, armed with long shears. The sheep were held gently but firmly, turned on their haunches, and clipped in long, smooth motions. The fleece came off in one heavy piece, warm, lanolin-rich, matted with dirt and straw. Children gathered the wool and rolled it into bundles. The smell, earthy and oily, filled the air. The next step was washing. The fleece was soaked in hot water, sometimes with what ash or stale urine, to strip the grease. It was rinsed and laid in the sun to dry, fluffed gently by hand. Then came carding. 2 paddles, studded with tiny metal teeth, were used to comb the wool. Pulled back and forth, the fibers were separated, straightened, and fluffed into soft rolls called rolags. This task was often shared, passed between siblings, or done quietly by firelight. From these rolags, spinning began. The spinning wheel was the heartbeat of many cottages. Before it, there was the spindle, a simple weight on a stick, ancient in origin. Women spun while walking, while watching children, while waiting for pots to boil. It was always at hand. With the wheel, work quickened. A seated spinner fed carded wool into the whirring flyer, twisting it into thread. It required touch, judgment, and calm. Too fast, and the yarn snapped. Too slow, and it tangled. A good spinner could make hundreds of yards in a day. But there was no rush. Spinning was a companion, not a taskmaster. The resulting yarn was wound into skeins, washed again, and hung to dry. Sometimes dyed, with madder for red, woad for blue, onion skins for gold, and then stored for weaving or knitting. Wool made up the everyday fabric of life. Cloaks, caps, tunics, stockings, shawls. It was rough at times, but warm. Familiar. Flax, more delicate than wool, was grown in rows, slender stalks with blue blossoms, rustling like silk in the summer breeze. When harvested, the entire plant was pulled up and laid in bundles to dry. Then came retting, soaking the stalks in water until the inner fibers loosened. This could be done in a pond, a stream, or shallow trench. The smell was sharp, earthy, slightly sour. Once ret, flax was dried and broken, crushed gently to separate the fibers. Then scutched, scraped with a wooden blade to remove woody bits. Finally, it was hackled, drawn through combs of iron nails to straighten and clean the fibers. What remained was pale gold, glossy, and strong. Spinning flax was trickier than wool. It needed moisture, a bowl of water kept nearby to wet fingers. The result, though, was fine and smooth, perfect for making undergarments, table linens, and summer shirts. Some households had looms, large, upright wooden frames that stood like sentinels in the corners of rooms. Others wove on small hand looms. Weaving was slower than spinning, but just as rhythmic. The warp, long threads stretched taut, was strung across the frame. The weft, crosswise threads, were passed through, row by row, with a shuttle. A foot pedal or simple bar lifted sections of thread to form patterns. The sound of weaving was steady. Tap, swish, tap, pull. It echoed through the home like a quiet drumbeat. Fabric rolled up behind the loom, yard by yard. Thick or thin, plain or patterned, dyed or unbleached. Every inch was the product of hours, not just of skill, but of patience. Finished cloth was folded carefully, saved, sometimes bartered for other goods, often cut into garments. Patterns were simple, rectangles and triangles, shaped with pleats and lacing. A smock, an apron, a cloak. No waste. Every scrap used for patching, quilting, stuffing. Sewing was often communal, a mother and daughter hemming shirts together, a widow piecing a quilt in quiet memory, a young girl learning her first stitches with a needle far too big for her hands. Buttons were rare, toggles, laces, and ties more common. Pockets were sewn separately. Hems were deep, so they could be let down as a child grew. Clothing was not fashion. It was function and love. By the early modern period, spinning and weaving became more than household work. They became income. Women known as spinsters sold thread to merchants, who paid by the weight. Weavers worked to order. Woolcombers, dyers, and fullers turned homes into workshops. Entire families might be involved. One child carding, another spinning, a parent weaving. It was tiring, repetitive, and poorly paid, but it was done at home, by one's own fire, under one's own roof. The putting out system, where merchants supplied raw materials to households and collected finished goods, shaped village life long before factories ever did. Cottage industry, it was called, and rightly so. The cottage was not just a place to eat and sleep. It was a place where things were made. Wool and flax were not just materials. They were stories, stretched, twisted, and woven into cloth. The wheel turned slowly. The shuttle passed back and forth. And from these motions came warmth, work, and quiet beauty. In the low-lit corners of the village cottage, beneath beams darkened by smoke and time, the thread of life was spun, patiently, softly, endlessly. Every village had a green, not always perfectly square, not always lush or level, but always present. A patch of open land where paths crossed, where feet wandered, where lives overlapped. The green was not built. It simply became. The village green was the gathering place, the living room beneath the sky. No walls, no roof, no locks, just space, shared, trodden, familiar. Some greens were little more than a worn meadow, others framed by trees or ringed with cottages like protective arms. In time, hedges, wells, and benches joined the scene. A maypole in spring, a cart track worn smooth by centuries of wheels and hooves. It was here the day unfolded beyond the home, in moments of work, of rest, of laughter. In the earliest hours, the green was often quiet, a place of passing boots and open gates. A cow led lazily toward pasture, a child coaxing geese into the lane, steam rising from morning breath. But even then, it was not idle. At times, sheep were penned here, awaiting market or shearing. Firewood was traded. A wheelwright inspected a cart. A farmer spoke with his neighbor about the yield of oats, the stubbornness of a plow horse, or the rumor of blight. The blacksmith's forge might have stood at the edge of the green, its bellows breathing heat into the morning. Nearby, the village oven, where bread was slid in, ash swept out, gossip exchanged. Women brought baskets of mending, sat beneath shade, and stitched while watching the children at play. They shared news, not in whispers, but in the quiet rhythm of conversation. Mary's boy is courting the baker's niece, one would say, threading her needle. Did you hear old Thomas lost another hen? Another would reply. This was not idle talk, but social glue, a way of knowing who was ill, who was hungry, who was celebrating, a way of keeping the threads of village life tightly woven. The green was where children ran free, after chores, after lessons, after rain. They played with hoops and sticks, stones and string. Nothing bought, yet everything beloved. There were games like skipping, blind man's buff, and hot cockles. In summer, boys rolled hoops or chased one another with shrieks of glee. Girls clapped in rhythm, reciting verses passed down like lullabies. When snow fell, the green became a canvas, snowmen, sleds, and angel shapes pressed into white. In spring, wildflowers were gathered in little fists. In autumn, leaves were heaped and leapt into with delight. There were rules, of course, unspoken, but understood. Stay where you can be seen. Don't trample the elderberry bushes. And if someone cries, the game stops until they laugh again. The green transformed with the seasons. In May, the maypole stood tall, wrapped in ribbons, decked with garlands, circled by dancers in simple dresses and daisy crowns. The music came not from instruments, always, but from feet on earth and voices lifted in song. In harvest season, it became a stage for celebration. The last sheaf of wheat, called the harvest doll, was sometimes dressed and paraded, carried with song and thanks across the green. In midwinter, mummers might perform rustic plays, half-remembered stories of knights and dragons, of saints and fools. Children giggled, adults smiled knowingly, and for an hour, the ordinary was turned to wonder. Some years, a traveling peddler or tinker would arrive. His cart a marvel, knives to sharpen, pots to mend, buttons to sell. For a few days, the green sparkled with color, scent, and sound. Then, just as gently, the cart rolled away. Near the green, there was often a tavern, not raucous, but weathered, familiar. A place where men gathered at day's end. Tankards of small ale, pipes and stories, cards and quiet betting. A game of skittles played in the yard. Not all was polite, of course. There were small rivalries, just taken too far. A dog that barked at everyone, yet was loved all the same. A fence repaired hastily after too much drink. But nothing lingered long. The green had a way of smoothing over quarrels like the breeze smooths a wrinkled cloth. Yet not all the green's life was noisy. It was a place for sitting, just sitting, watching clouds, listening to the bell toll midday, or hearing the wind ripple through grass. For the old, it offered memory. For the young, freedom. In the evenings, couples might walk its edge, hands nearly touching, hearts quietly racing. A girl might read aloud from a borrowed book. A man might whittle wood and think of nothing at all. Birds nested in the hedgerows. Crickets sang. Stars appeared one by one over the rooftops. There was a quiet here, not empty, but full. Over centuries, the village green remained. It saw fairs, feasts, and funerals. It saw children who became elders, and elders who were remembered long after. Weddings began with dances there. Markets opened with carts arranged in a circle. Banns of marriage were read aloud to all. On occasion, a proclamation from the crown might be nailed to a post, unread by many, yet solemn in presence. When someone died, the green heard their name whispered in respect. When someone was born, it saw footsteps added to its soil. It held generations like pages in a slow-turning book. The green was not a stage. It was not a place of spectacle. It was the breath between sentences, the pause between chores, a patch of land made sacred not by altar or throne, but by use, by footstep, by laughter, by the sound of someone saying "good day" and meaning it. The village green asked for nothing and gave everything: a place to pass through, a place to return to, a place to belong. The rhythm of village life was gently shaped by the turning of the year. It moved in a slow, steady cycle of festivals, saints' days, and the passing seasons that both guided and comforted the people. Each season carried its own tasks and quiet celebrations, woven naturally into the fabric of daily life. In early spring, as the earth warmed and fields began to green, villagers welcomed the promise of new life with modest feasts on St. George's Day. This was a time to honor England's patron saint and to look forward with hope to the coming months. Soon after came May Day, when the village gathered around the maypole, its ribbons twisting softly as laughter spilled beneath the gentle morning light. The dance was a joyful ritual, a quiet celebration of fertility and growth. Summer brought long, slow days. Work in the fields and gardens continued steadily, and the air was filled with the rich scent of herbs and freshly cut hay. Midsummer's Eve held a special kind of quiet magic. Villagers lit bonfires to protect their crops and ward off misfortune, their flickering flames casting warm shadows across faces gathered close. When autumn arrived, the harvest was the focus. It was a time of gratitude and relief. Harvest festivals filled the village church with song and thanksgiving. The last sheaf of wheat, carefully bound into a doll, was carried through the village in a procession that was both solemn and celebratory. Around the green, the colors of ripened fruit and falling leaves painted the landscape in soft golds and amber hues, a gentle reminder of nature's bounty and its passing. As winter's chill settled in and the days grew shorter, the village slowed its pace. Yet even in the stillness of the cold months, there were gatherings. Christmas brought homes aglow with candlelight and hearth fires burning bright. Twelfth Night followed, a time for stories, old customs, and shared warmth that bound the community together through the longest nights. Saints' days punctuated the calendar like soft notes in a quiet melody. Each held its own prayers and simple observances, ways for villagers to find meaning and comfort beyond the daily work. The turning year was never hurried or chaotic, but a gentle, reassuring pulse that reminded everyone of their place in the larger cycle of time, a rhythm that carried them from birth through life and beyond. This slow dance of seasons and celebrations was the heartbeat of village life. It formed a quiet chorus of continuity and connection, where every leaf that fell, every footstep on the path, every whispered prayer, added to the tapestry of community woven across centuries. In the quiet corners of the village, skilled hands shaped the world, not with grand machines or loud factories, but with simple tools and patient labor. Crafts and trades were the threads that wove the village's daily fabric, humble, steady, and essential. Each artisan's work blended with the rhythm of life, creating what was needed, repairing what was worn, and adding small touches of beauty along the way. The village carpenter, for example, was a figure of quiet respect. His workshop smelled of fresh-cut oak and pine, sawdust drifting in soft sunlight that filtered through narrow windows. With careful strokes of his plane and measured strikes of his mallet, he crafted plow handles, wooden wheels, sturdy doors, and sometimes delicate toys for children. His tools were simple but well cared for: chisels with worn handles, a bow saw, and a wooden mallet. Nothing was rushed, for what demanded patience. Each joint was tested, each curve examined, and the final product was always strong enough to last through the seasons. Not far from the carpenter's bench stood the village blacksmith's forge, A different kind of warmth filled the smithy, the fiery glow of coals, the sharp ring of hammer on anvil, the steady breath of bellows. The blacksmith fashioned horseshoes to protect oxen and horses, nails to hold carts together, and iron tools for plowing and harvesting. His work was tough but steady, marked by rhythms of heat and cool, strike and rest. Often, villagers brought broken tools or bent ironwork for repair, trusting the blacksmith's skill to restore what had been worn down by time. Nearby, the weaver's loom stood tall, strings stretched taut, waiting for the shuttle to pass. Weaving was a quiet, repetitive craft. Thread by thread, cloth took shape, sometimes coarse and rough for work clothes, sometimes finer and softer for Sunday best. The weaver worked by the window, where natural light helped her see each thread, her fingers moving with practiced ease. The cloth she made clothed families and told stories, in patterns and colors passed down through generations. Other trades also made their mark. The cobbler bent over leather and thread, mended boots and shoes, the smell of tanned hide and wax filling his little shop. His careful stitching preserved the saws that carried villagers through muddy lanes and frozen fields. The potter shaped clay into vessels for cooking and storage, his wool spinning slowly as he coaxed form from earth and water. The tailor measured and cut, turning lengths of cloth into garments tailored to fit each villager's needs, his scissors gliding softly through fabric as he worked. Each craft was a slow conversation between hand, eye, and material. The tools were extensions of the artisan's body, worn smooth by daily use. There were no shortcuts, no haste. What was made was meant to endure. Every nail driven, every stitch sewn, every board smoothed was a small act of care. Villagers often learned these skills young, watching parents and neighbors, helping where they could. Boys might carry water to the smithy or hand the cobbler his tools. Girls might spin wool or sew patches under a mother's watchful eye. Apprenticeships were common, and skills passed quietly from one generation to the next, like a treasured legacy. Trade also brought connection beyond the village. Craftsmen sometimes traveled to nearby markets to sell their wares or buy rare materials. Stories and techniques flowed along these routes, slowly weaving the village into a larger world. In times of celebration, the products of these trades became part of the festivities, a new cloak for a wedding, a carved wooden bench for a feast, or a bright patchwork quilt to mark a child's birth. Each was a symbol not just of skill, but of community, tangible proof of shared effort and shared life. Even as centuries passed, the quiet rhythm of crafts and trades remained a steady heartbeat beneath village life. Not loud or flashy, but persistent, reliable, essential. These humble skills reminded everyone that life was built, stitch by stitch, nail by nail, day by day, a slow, patient weaving of necessity and care. In the English village, food was the quiet center of daily life, simple, seasonal, and sustaining. What grew in gardens, what grazed on common pastures, and what could be foraged from the wild shaped the daily meals. Meals were rarely hurried, often shared, and deeply connected to the rhythm of the seasons in the land. Breakfast often began early, with porridge made from oats or barley, thick and warm, sometimes sweetened with honey or dried fruit. The smell of cooking mingled with the fresh morning air as fires crackled in hearths. Bread, baked slowly in communal ovens, was a staple, dense, dark, and hearty, made from rye or mixed grains rather than the refined wheat bread of wealthier townsfolk. It was both food and tool, used to scoop up stews or sop up broth. Throughout the day, vegetables played a large role. Cabbages, leeks, onions, peas, beans, and root crops like carrots and turnips were grown in cottage gardens or gathered from common lands. These were cooked slowly in pots over the fire, stewed with herbs like thyme and parsley, filling homes with gentle aromas. Meat was less frequent but treasured. When available, it might be salted pork, a bit of bacon, or a chicken from the yard. Wild game, such as rabbit or venison, was rare and often reserved for special occasions. Dairy products were another staple, milk fresh from the cow, creamy butter churned by hand, and soft cheeses made in small batches. These added richness to the simple fare, nourishing families throughout the year. Preserving food was vital. Fruits were dried or turned into jams and preserves. Vegetables were pickled or stored in cool cellars. Smokehouses preserved fish and meat through the colder months, and root vegetables were buried in straw to keep from freezing. Feasts, when they came, were gentle celebrations rather than lavish banquets. They marked the turning of the seasons or important moments, harvest festivals, saints' days, weddings, or the birth of a child. The table might be laid with freshly baked bread, bowls of stew thick with root vegetables and meat, and ale brewed from barley grown nearby. The preparation of food was a communal affair. Women often gathered to bake bread together in the village oven, sharing stories and warmth. Children helped shell peas or churn butter, learning the slow crafts of nourishment by watching elders. Evenings brought families together around the fire, sharing what they had in quiet gratitude. Every meal told a story of the land and the labor behind it, the seeds sown in spring, the rain that fell, the hand that tended the soil. Eating was not hurried but savored, a daily ritual of survival and comfort. Though modest, the village diet was rich in connection to place, to season, to each other. It was a reminder that food was never just fuel, but a thread that tied lives together in a shared rhythm of work, rest, and celebration. At the center of every village home was the hearth, a place of warmth, light, and life. It was not merely a fireplace, but the soul of the household, where food was cooked, stories were shared, and the steady rhythm of daily life unfolded in soft glow and flickering shadows. Village houses were simple structures, built of timber, wattle, and daub, or stone, with thatched roofs that rustled gently in the breeze. Walls bore the marks of time, darkened beams, cracks filled with clay, and patches from many repairs. Small, leaded windows let in soft light, often covered with oiled cloth or parchment to keep out the chill. Floors were packed earth or rough-hewn boards, swept clean each morning with birch brooms. Inside, space was precious and multifunctional. The main room centered on the hearth, surrounded by stools, benches, and a rough table. Here, families ate, worked, and rested. The warmth of the fire invited close sitting, knitting fingers, quiet conversation, and the low murmur of daily prayers. It was a place of safety and comfort. Cooking was slow and steady, pots of porridge, stews simmering with root vegetables and herbs, fresh bread baking in communal ovens. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the aroma of cooking, wrapping the home in a familiar embrace. At night, the hearth's glow softened into embers, casting gentle light on sleeping faces and guarding dreams. Beds were often simple, straw mattresses in wooden frames, covered with wool blankets spun and woven nearby. Blankets were precious, handed down and repaired as needed. Beds might be in the main room or in small chambers, but always near enough to the hearth's warmth. Curtains or wooden screens provided privacy and kept out drafts. Homes were alive with quiet activity. Women spun wool or flax by the window. Children played with carved toys or listened to stories told by the firelight. Men mended tools or planned the next day's work. Every action was woven into the shared space, a slow choreography of domestic life. The hearth was also a place of ritual. It marked the changing seasons, special fires for solstices or festivals. It was where offerings might be made, prayers whispered for health or harvest. The hearthstone was cleaned with care, and ashes saved to enrich the garden soil. Smoke was believed to carry blessings and keep ill spirits at bay. Despite their simplicity, these homes were places of belonging. They were shaped by generations. Each beam, each stone, a testament to endurance and love. Within their walls, lives unfolded with quiet dignity. The hearth held the village's heart, steady and warm through centuries of change. Clothing in the village was a humble but deeply meaningful part of daily life. It spoke quietly of identity, status, and practicality, woven from the very fibers of the land and the hands of neighbors. The fabric of life was quite literally what villagers wore. Most garments were made at home, spun and woven by women who carried the centuries-old skills of their ancestors. Wool was the most common material, gathered from sheep grazing on common fields, carded, spun, and dyed with natural colors extracted from plants, roots, and bark. Flax, too, was cultivated for linen, prized for its coolness in summer and softness against the skin. Dyeing was a slow, careful art. Villagers used woad for blue, madder root for reds, and various leaves and barks to create browns and yellows. Colors were usually muted, earthy tones that blended with the surrounding landscape, rather than bright or flashy shades. The care taken to dye fabric reflected an understanding of nature's rhythms and gifts. Clothes were cut simply straight lines, rectangles, and triangles sewn together with skill to fit bodies shaped by work and weather. A tunic for a man, a kirtle or gown for a woman, an apron for everyday chores, and a cloak to keep out the cold. Pockets were rare, but aprons often held small tools or keys. Every piece was meant to endure, repaired many times before being discarded or repurposed. Footwear was sturdy and practical. Leather shoes and boots were made or mended by the village cobbler, fashioned to protect feet from mud, stones, and cold. Sometimes wooden clogs were worn, especially in wet seasons, offering a simple shield between foot and earth. Children's clothes were scaled-down versions of adult garments, often patched and handed down between siblings. As they grew, hems were let down, and fabric stretched to fit changing shapes. New clothes were a rare treat, usually saved for Sundays or special occasions like fairs, weddings, or church festivals. Special clothing marked rites of passage and celebrations. A bride's dress might be richer, embroidered with simple patterns or adorned with ribbons, while mourners wore plain, dark fabrics to mark loss. The village tailor or seamstress might be called upon to make these treasured pieces, often working by candlelight in winter months. Despite the simplicity, clothes were a source of quiet pride and comfort. They protected from wind and rain, offered warmth on cold nights, and carried the imprint of family and community. Each stitch told a story of patient work, of hands guided by tradition, and of a life lived in close harmony with the earth. Education in the village was a quiet and gradual process, shaped by modest means and gentle rhythms rather than formal institutions. For much of the period between 1350 and 1850, schooling was limited and often informal, with knowledge passed down through family, church, and community. Many children learned their first lessons at home. Mothers and older siblings taught basic reading, counting, and the skills needed for daily life: spinning, sewing, farming, and household management. Stories, prayers, and songs filled the air, carrying wisdom, history, and moral lessons. These early teachings were slow and patient, wrapped in routine and example rather than strict discipline. Where village schools existed, they were often small and simple, sometimes housed in a single room or within the church itself. The schoolmaster or mistress might be a local person with basic literacy, whose job was to teach reading, writing, and perhaps some arithmetic to the village children. Attendance was irregular, often dependent on the seasons and the needs of family labor. In harvest or sowing times, children worked alongside their parents rather than sitting at desks. The church played an important role in education, teaching religious instruction, prayers, and hymns. Children learned the Lord's Prayer, the Ten Commandments, and Psalms, often memorizing texts by repetition. The rhythm of daily prayers and Sunday services provided a structure that shaped much of village learning. Books were rare and precious. The Bible, prayer books, and simple primers might be found in the home or church, often worn from use. Paper was expensive, and most writing was done with quills and ink, practiced slowly on scraps or slates. Writing was a skill mastered by few, often men, and used primarily for keeping accounts, letters, or parish records. Learning was not confined to formal lessons. It happened in daily life, in the market, at the hearth, in the fields. Children observed adults, helped with chores, and learned by doing. Stories and oral traditions kept history and culture alive, passed from generation to generation in voices soft and steady. For some, education offered a glimpse beyond village life. Those who showed promise might apprentice in trades or enter the church, gaining access to books and knowledge otherwise rare. Yet for most, learning was a quiet companion, a gentle unfolding of understanding, rooted in the land and community. In this slow and steady way, knowledge was preserved and passed on, not in grand lectures or schools of marble and stone, but in the humble, patient spaces of the village, where life itself was the greatest teacher. The church stood at the heart of village life, both physically and spiritually. Its stone walls and simple bell tower rose gently above thatched roofs, a quiet reminder of constancy and care through the passing centuries. It was a place of worship, but also of gathering, of comfort, and of ritual that marked the passage of life. Most villagers attended the parish church regularly. Sundays brought slow, deliberate processions down winding lanes, the sound of footsteps softened by earth and grass. The church's interior was often dimly lit, with stained glass casting muted colors across rough-hewn benches and stone floors worn smooth by generations. The scent of burning candles mingled with incense, wrapping the space in quiet reverence. The priest's voice was calm and measured, reading from the Bible, leading prayers, and sharing simple homilies that connected Scripture with everyday life. The liturgy followed the slow rhythm of the church calendar: Advent, Lent, Easter, Pentecost, guiding villagers through cycles of reflection, hope, and renewal. Beyond Sunday worship, the church was a center for rites of passage. Baptisms welcomed new life with gentle water and whispered blessings. Weddings were moments of joy and solemn promise, weaving two families together beneath the watchful gaze of saints and angels carved in wood and stone. Funerals brought mourning and remembrance, offering solace with prayers for the departed and a shared sense of community. The churchyard, with its quiet gravestones and flowering herbs, was both a resting place and a space for reflection. Villagers tended the grounds carefully, planting rosemary in time to honor the dead and to carry memories in their fragrance. Faith also shaped the village's moral compass and social bonds. Church festivals and saints' days offered moments of celebration and pause, grounding life in a shared sense of meaning. The church bell's toll marked the hours, the call to prayer, or a warning in troubled times, its sound weaving through daily rhythms like a gentle thread. Education and charity were often connected to the church. Some villages had small schools supported by clergy or guilds, and the church sometimes provided aid to those in hardship: a loaf of bread, a warm cloak, a quiet word of encouragement. For many, spirituality was woven into the very fabric of daily life. Prayers were whispered at meals, blessings spoken before work, and faith was a source of comfort in illness and sorrow. It was neither distant nor grandiose, but close, personal, and enduring. In this way, the church shaped not just beliefs, but the very sense of belonging. It was a steady presence, a sanctuary of calm, and a reminder that even in the smallest village, the sacred was never far away. Market days were among the few moments when the village stepped beyond its own quiet boundaries, connecting with the wider world in slow, purposeful exchange. These days were marked well in advance, often weekly or monthly, when farmers, craftsmen, and traders would travel to a nearby town or larger village, bringing goods, news, and stories. Preparation for market began early. Farmers gathered produce, root vegetables, fresh eggs, milk, or butter, packing them carefully into baskets or wooden crates. Artisans selected the best of their wares: woven cloth, leather shoes, carved wooden utensils, or pots shaped with care. Each item represented hours, sometimes days, of quiet work, crafted with patience and pride. On market day, carts rumbled down rutted lanes, and horses trotted steadily, the slow rhythm of wheels mingling with the morning's fresh air. Women wrapped shawls tightly as they carried baskets. Children held hands to stay close, and men checked their goods and coins with practiced eyes. At the market, the village mingled with strangers and neighbors alike. Stalls lined the square, covered with cloth awnings or simple wooden frames, displaying spices, cloths dyed in distant colors, metal tools, and fresh bread. The scent of roasting meat or baked pies sometimes drifted through the air, inviting hungry passers-by. Bargaining was gentle, a quiet dance of offers and counteroffers. Smiles exchanged more than harsh words. Prices were fair, and trust was essential, for many buyers and sellers would meet again on future market days or in the village lanes. Market days also brought news, letters from distant relatives, stories from travelers, and sometimes the latest news from the town's officials or the court. For villagers who lived mostly within their fields and homes, these moments were a window onto the larger world. Sometimes, traveling peddlers or entertainers came with the market, offering exotic goods, tools, or small amusements. Their visits were brief but bright flashes of color and sound that lingered in memory. After the trading ended, carts and feet turned homeward, slower now with full baskets and tired limbs. The journey back was quiet, the soft conversation of those who carried more than goods, the shared experience of connection, exchange, and the rhythm of seasons. Market days reminded the village that it was part of a wider web, woven slowly but surely with threads of trade, trust, and time. In the village, life moved within a delicate balance of rules, customs, and shared understandings that helped maintain peace and order. Justice was not distant or abstract, but woven into the daily fabric of community, carried out with a gentle hand and a quiet voice. Many disputes were settled informally between neighbors, often through calm conversation and mediation. A farmer whose livestock strayed might speak with the owner of the field. A neighbor who had caused damage might offer repair or compensation. These moments relied on trust, respect, and the knowledge that harmony benefited all. When more formal matters arose, the village court or manor court might convene. These gatherings were held under the shade of a tree, in the churchyard, or within the manor house, presided over by the local lord or his steward. The court's role was to enforce laws, settle disputes, and uphold customs passed down through generations. Common offenses included disputes over land boundaries, unpaid rents, theft, or breaches of the peace. Punishments were usually mild, designed to restore balance rather than punish harshly. Fines, temporary loss of rights, or public apologies. The goal was always to keep the community together, not to divide it. Customs played a strong role in village justice. Long-standing traditions shaped what was considered fair and just, often more powerful than written laws. These customs were learned from parents and elders, reinforced by stories and communal memory. Community members also took responsibility for one another. Neighbors helped enforce order by watching out for wrongdoing and encouraging good behavior. Shame, rather than fear, was often the greatest deterrent, as reputation within the village mattered deeply. The constable or village official was a familiar figure, often chosen from among respected villagers. His duties were modest but important, keeping the peace, calling meetings, and sometimes assisting with minor punishments. His authority was based more on respect than power. Justice in the village was slow and deliberate, never rushed or cruel. It reflected the values of care, balance, and belonging. The village was a place where harmony mattered most, and every voice was part of the quiet chorus that kept life steady. Life in the village was quiet, but it was also marked by the fragile balance of health and illness. Medicine was a gentle art, practiced with patience and care, rooted in nature and tradition rather than the hurried treatments of modern times. Healing took place slowly, often in the soft company of family and neighbors. The village healer, sometimes called a wise woman or herbalist, held a special place. She gathered knowledge passed down through generations, understanding the properties of local plants and roots, the rhythms of the body and spirit. Her remedies came from the earth: chamomile for calm, willow bark for pain, nettle for strength. These were prepared as teas, poultices, or salves, offered with gentle hands and quiet words. When more serious illness struck, the healer's role expanded to include comfort and care, not just cure. She might tend to wounds, ease fevers, or soothe pain with a warm cloth and a whispered blessing. Her presence was as important as her remedies, a steady reassurance amid uncertainty. Medical knowledge was limited, but villagers learned from experience and observation. Mothers watched over children's fevers and coughs. Fathers tended cuts and sprains. Neighbors helped with childbirth, a time both sacred and delicate. Midwives were respected figures, guiding women through labor with care and skill, supported by simple tools and ancient wisdom. The church also influenced healing, with prayers and rituals intended to bring comfort and divine aid. Holy water, charms, and blessings were part of the spiritual side of medicine, blending faith and practice in a slow, soothing rhythm. Hygiene was understood in practical ways: clean water where possible, smoke to keep insects at bay, and fresh air to clear homes. Illness was sometimes seen as a test or trial, a part of life's quiet unfolding rather than a battle to be won quickly. When help beyond the village was needed, travelers or physicians from nearby towns might be called, but such visits were rare and costly. Most healing remained rooted in the familiar: the garden, the hearth, the hands of those who cared deeply. In this way, health in the village was a shared responsibility, a slow, steady journey of attention and kindness. It was woven into daily life, a quiet hope sustained by the natural world and the enduring bonds of community. Though village life was largely shaped by work and routine, moments of leisure offered gentle respite and quiet joy. These were times when villagers could pause, rest, and connect with one another through simple pleasures that moved at a soft, unhurried pace. Children played games that needed no grand equipment: jumping ropes made of twisted grasses, marbles polished smooth by use, or simple stick-and-ball games on grassy greens. Their laughter was light and unforced, echoing softly through lanes and fields. Folk songs and rhymes were passed down, sung softly around hearth fires or on walks through the woods. Adults found leisure in shared activities that brought the community together. Storytelling was a favorite pastime, especially on long winter evenings when work paused and fires glowed warmly. Elders recounted tales of old, legends of saints, or gentle folk stories that entertained and instructed alike, their voices steady and calm. Dancing, too, marked celebrations and festivals, though it was less hurried or extravagant than might be imagined. Dances moved in simple, repetitive patterns, hand-in-hand circles, or gentle steps to the beat of a fiddle or drum. The focus was on togetherness and gentle movement rather than performance. Crafts provided another form of leisure: quilting bees, knitting circles, or shared embroidery projects where women gathered to work quietly, exchanging news and companionship in equal measure. These gatherings wove social bonds as surely as the fabric they created. Fishing along the village streams or gentle walks through woods and meadows offered quiet pleasure and a chance to watch the slow, natural world around them: birds in flight, the ripple of water, the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. Sabbath days brought rest and reflection. Work ceased, and families took time to pray, visit neighbors, or simply sit in silence. These pauses punctuated the village calendar, a steady reminder of the balance between labor and rest. Leisure in the village was never hurried or loud, but a gentle counterpoint to daily life. It was shaped by the slow rhythms of nature and community, offering moments of calm joy and shared presence that nourished both body and spirit. The village green, the hearth, the fields and lanes, these were not just places but living stories, carrying the legacy of centuries. From 1350 to 1850, the village quietly transformed, shaped by slow currents of change alongside enduring traditions. This chapter reflects on how these shifts shaped daily life, while the essence of the village remained a steady, calming presence. Over centuries, gradual improvements arrived. New farming techniques increased yields, and the introduction of crop rotation brought a gentle but meaningful shift to the land's care. Villagers learned from neighbors and travelers, adapting tools and methods with quiet curiosity. Though the pace was slow, it was steady, a reminder that even small changes ripple outward over time. Buildings evolved too. Timber-framed houses gave way to sturdier stone cottages. Roofs were replaced with tile or slate where resources allowed. The village expanded modestly as populations grew, but the green remained the heart, a constant gathering place amid change. Social changes unfolded as well. The rise of small markets and fairs connected the village to towns, bringing new goods, ideas, and occasional visitors. Roads improved, making travel less daunting. Yet many customs, festivals, and rhythms of life endured, grounding villagers in a shared past. The church remained a steady presence, its role adapting but its essence unchanged. Education slowly spread, with more children learning to read and write, opening doors to wider knowledge. Health practices evolved too, blending old herbal wisdom with new understandings, offering quiet hope in times of illness. Despite these changes, the village preserved a core of calm and continuity. Life remained rooted in the land and seasons, in the careful work of hands, in the gentle weaving of community. The slow rhythms of planting and harvest, birth and death, feast and fast persisted as a steady heartbeat. This legacy invites reflection on the beauty of slow change, on the strength found in tradition, and on the simple yet profound ways people lived, loved, and belonged across centuries. The village green holds these stories softly, like a whispered song carried on the breeze, timeless and enduring.